I still don't hear the audio.
Step up, trader.
Why is that?
Number shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show.
Properties.
Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floors are light. Captain Jim James.
Maybe it's because it's default.
Dry.
I don't hear any of that on my end.
So jump in, green and red glow.
Global settings, maybe?
Steering this ship on the stock market show. It's a stock market show where the bulls run wild.
Cannot hear intro music.
Loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show.
Yeah, I've got it in monitor and output.
Face on when the spreads get heavy, he keeps
Still not working.
from the open road.
Unable to capture outro. Try following someone. It's just muted in the mixer. What's going on out there? Can you guys hear the music right now or no? You can hear the intro music?
Where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on.
Thanks for saying something. You can't hear the music? I can't hear shit. I don't know why. Okay, cool. It's so bizarre not being able to monitor it on my side.
Get that trigger pulled on. TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
Yeah, it says I have a bunch of troubleshooting I gotta do. Okay, let me work on this. Let me get us ready here in the background. What are we gonna do here? Edit. I did a brief private show this morning to get everyone on the this no. Yep. How y'all doing out there? A few things. We have some stuff to go over here. Number one, last week I worked on this new office, trying to get it online. I was having some issues. On Friday, I had issues with my camera. I don't know if it's because I've got Streamlabs open to like here and then over there. That might be the reason that I'm having issues communicating between devices. This is weird too. I'm watching like double video of myself. Turn that off. So I'm like running Streamlabs over there and then running Streamlabs here. I think it's messing with, it's not communicating quick enough or something. I don't know. I can't hear any audio to monitor in my head. I hear my voice and I hear the news squawker and stuff, but I don't hear any of the other stuff. The Streamlabs says it's probably something in my PC that's doing this. Yeah, it's something I have to, why does my hair look so fucked up? I gotta be like long haired here, right? Like, I look like I got a bald spot right here or something, but it's, I don't know, it's just the way my hair is brushed right now. Anyways, I worked on that all last week, and then over this weekend I worked on the cameras some more. Now I got this camera wasn't working on Friday. It's working now. This other camera over here is not working still at this moment. But at any rate, what I did was this morning, I did a show for, let's go over here and look. I did a show for members this morning because of, for two reasons. There's an argument right now that the market's going to crash. There's that argument. Then there's another argument that we're going to continue a melt up. Last week, our Friday close and Monday open is very similar to this one. So you've got a lot of traders that are looking at last week's performance and saying we should do the same thing this week, right? You have the Sunday dump for futures to go up today. If we're holding right now Friday lows on Monday, and so the thesis is we're going to continue melting up and up and up and up. Trade like 715, 730. There's a little bit more spiciness this week than there was last week or the week after that we're looking towards. We've got FOMC. I thought it was, for some reason this morning, I keep saying it's this week, but it's next week. We've got FOMC on Wednesday. We also have Trump and the Strait of Hormuz with a deadline now on Wednesday of this week, not to be confused with FOMC of next week. But we've got like volatility ahead and likely some consolidation. And then you've got all the TikTokers calling for a crash. You've got Josh Harnett. He's pretty bearish here. Pravorsky, a little bit less so. As to where we go from here, if we're going up, like we're going to break out and start melting up for the summertime and no looking back. And then there's a bear traps or a bull trap setup where it's not necessarily bearish. So if you move the doomers out of the way, right, and you move the melt up people out of the way, because we know that retail is long, so they're going to poison the well too. We only go up, right, because I'm long. And then the people that got squeezed last week want the crash, right? So you've got noise on both sides. The more than likely thing that happens is we do some consolidating, we poke around above, and you're looking for some kind of a dip to buy between now and the 5th. That's top line. And to be patient even with upward expectations. Sometimes when I draw expectations for you guys, I'll draw expectations that are something like this. Down and then we're moving higher. And you want to like buy that dip, you know? The expectations right now are more like this, like kind of like this. So in this case right here, the initial reaction is buy the dip, buy the dip. We're going to trade all this here. But there's not much room up here. So what happens is they end up cutting us early. You know, they kind of like beat you up in here. They beat you up in here. When if you were just patient for this roll down, you could take it down here rather than getting like banged up in here. I think that's where I'm at right now. Not necessarily in like crash the stock market. I think we have to be aware over the next few days into Wednesday. And then not until the 5th does, like the 1st through the 5th does that risk to 6,800. Doesn't go away until sometime in like the first week of May. The daily trigger should be around 700 at that point. Just to get buy the dip again and then escape. But there's a lot of risk right now for like this dip is high right now, but then it gets higher and higher up here when time passes to go higher. Let's look at this really quick. We kind of should know where we're going, right? Should be something like this. Just like that. Just read through some of this stuff from this morning while we're doing this. We were doing a private stream this morning, so I just want to read through some of this news that came out this morning. Monday's big news day. Here's 9 a.m. Just go through some of this stuff with you guys so we can all catch up together. Kuwait declares force majeure on oil shipments on Hormuz halt. Pakistan sources push back on Iran refusal narrative. Tehran's hardline stance is posturing to exact maximum advantage when a second round happens. I'm going to read this to you from J.P. Morgan. On the U.S.-Iran conflict impact, markets rallied for the third week on headlines of a ceasefire, but the backdrop remains tenuous as Iran reported to close the Strait of Hormuz again on Saturday, with reported attacks on commercial ships given the ongoing U.S. blockage. On Sunday, the U.S. seized an Iranian ship in the Gulf of Oman. First note of its use of force in the U.S. blockage. Flow data underscore the fragility. Hormuz crossings were 8 on Friday, jumped to 17 on Saturday, and fell back to 5 on Sunday. Against that setup, we expect another near-term spike in volatility. With Monday, Tuesday likely lower and energy outperform on renewed supply chain risk premium. However, negotiations remain open for both sides, and our base case is still a near-term deal this week or another extension on ceasefire, with a broader agreement taking a few weeks or 2 months to complete. We're tactically bullish. The major driver of the view are steps to normalize the SOH supply chain crunch. Combine that with a macro picture that remains resilient based on the strength of household and corporate balance sheets, with potential tailwinds from OBA and labor productivity, a strong earnings outlook, and a tariff regime that continues to see net effect tariffs trending lower. In terms of how the rally progresses, we think markets will begin with an everything rally similar to that seen on March 31st or April 8th, with investors chasing sectors. Subsectors hit the most. Look for a return to all-time highs across major indices. After that, we think a return to fundamentals is warranted. If so, the next stage of the rally depends on Mag 7 megacap tech retaking leadership as the AI theme has remained durable throughout the Middle East conflict. The key risk to this bullish view is that the ceasefire framework breaks down and negotiations fail, triggering a rapid re-escalation in the region. In that scenario, markets will likely focus on the arrival of additional U.S. aircraft carrier group by Tuesday as an escalation signal. Should this scenario unfold, we expect oil to make new highs and equities to make new lows with outsized moves given the setup. The high energy supply chain shock has increasingly exhausted available buffers, pushing the world from rationing towards the risk of an outright supply shortfall. So basically, we've got Monday, Tuesday, today or tomorrow for SOH negotiations to collapse. Then, of course, the U.S. was moving 2 groups, and it said 1, but there's 2. There's the Boxer, and there's another group. There's 2 groups. Either one has just arrived, and another one is arriving, or both are arriving this week. There's the information supply right now is kind of tough. But I am interested in what they're saying here. JPM saying if the negotiations fail, we'd be looking for new all-time, or not all-time lows, but new lows in the market, which is much lower than 6,800. I'm not preparing for that. I'm preparing for a trip to the daily trigger or near it and looking for a turnaround to get long. And this whole thing up here holding seems appropriate. unless we get some kind of like tape bomb of resume carpet bombing in Strait of Hormuz, or we now own Iran or anything like that. Natixis on Strait of Hormuz. Given the importance of control over the strait to Iran's new deterrence posture in post-war environment, it is unlikely that Tehran would give up early in negotiations. This suggests that that progress is being made on key nuclear issues, but ultimately, an unconditional reopening is only likely once this deal has been made and terms are acceptable to Iran, which will take time, despite the headlines suggesting that the strait is now open. With so much uncertainty, we do not expect a meaningful number of tankers to enter the strait to pick up cargoes, although some laden vessels may exit. For normalization of energy supply across crude, petroproducts, and LNG, a regular flow of inbound tankers must be available to justify field restarts to begin the process of broader supply chain normalization. This still appears far away, and a lot can go wrong in the meantime. Trump did say this morning that there would be no more extensions. He could be lying, but it does speak to the idea that if there are further extensions, that there be some real bad damage done to the world economy. And will that outweigh a more military incursion? Like, can we do the military incursion quicker than it would take the strait to reopen through peaceful means? Let's leave those right here for you. Watch this high and this high right here. Still not above this prior, but we are above this one right here. So this is fine right now. Pakistan's interior minister met with the Iranian ambassador Moghadam. It's a new guy, Moghadam. Just kidding. They discussed possible arrangements for a second round of talks with the U.S. and they acknowledged the need for a longer lasting diplomatic solution to ease tensions. This is all positive. I'm willing to meet with senior Iranian leaders if a breakthrough is reached. That's Trump. Looks like our delegation. Oh, my camera's off now. There goes my camera. God damn it. Hang tighter, guys. Can you help me with my camera over here, please? I'm going to have to ask for some help here. Where did my camera go? Still having camera issues. Now my camera's gone. Monday. I don't like Mondays starting out like this. JD Vance is not on that flight. I think later on this morning we found out JD Vance is not on that flight. Iran, U.S. not serious about talks, will face decisive response if it repeats past mistakes. It's probably for their own internal consumption. Trump, if the ceasefire expires tomorrow, then lots of bombs start going off. Okay, that's something to be scared of. Trump, when asked if Iran is doing talks, I don't know. Iran is supposed to be at talks. Trump, this was at 10 a.m. We'll discuss nuclear weapons with Iran at the discussions. VP Vance has not left for Pakistan yet. That's per CNN. Trump saying Israel didn't talk me into war with Iran. Results in Iran will be amazing. Iran could have prosperous future with new leaders. Trump Truth Social post. Israel never talked with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. I agree with that. He has interviews with him with Barbara Walters making that commentary decades ago. I watch and read the fake news, pundits and polls in total disbelief. 90% of what they say are lies and are made up stories, and the polls are rigged, much as the 2020 presidential election was rigged. That's a political thing he's doing. He's trying to arrest people, shit on the walls, just like results in Venezuela, which media doesn't like talking about. The results in Iran will be amazing, and if Iran's new leaders, regime change, are smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. I hate having to read that shit. U.S. CENTCOM blockade has directed 27 tankers to turn back. So I'm assuming the tankers that are getting through are not Iranian and Chinese, right? That's what I'm assuming is not getting through. Trump, highly unlikely I'll extend the ceasefire with Iran, but not out of the question, right, Trump? Ceasefire expires Wednesday evening, Washington time. He goes on to say, will not open the Strait of Hormuz until a deal is signed. Vance will leave for Pakistan later on Monday. That was Trump. Iranian delegation will travel to Pakistan on Tuesday. The New York Times citing 2 Iranian officials. So the U.S. delegation has not left either now. It looks like the U.S. is not trying to show up until to just give a fast ultimatum. Come on here. Let's get through some of this stuff. 3-month build auction, 2.94 to cover. Huh. Let me look at that really quick. I was looking at that yield earlier. Yeah, that yield is lower. 2.89 the previous. No, that's higher. Previous was 2.84. Okay, that's good. I like that. 2.94. The previous 2.77. 3.61. Previous 3.62. Don't like that. I like the idea of the yield going higher, not lower in the 3-month. I like the idea of a rate hike. I think it sustains the rally for summer. So I'm just trying to get through this news really quick for the morning. Let's watch this here. Let's see these buyers step in right here.
So for those interested as well, we have posted the Bank of Canada's Consumer Survey Q1. As well as the Bank of Canada Business Survey for Q1, both on the feed for those interested now.
Reading the Bank of Canada Business Survey right now. The Bank of the Bank of Canada business survey was taken before we invaded Iran. Iran's President Pezeshkian on X: deep historical mistrust in Iran towards the U.S. government conduct remains, while unconstructive and contradictory signals from American officials carry a bitter message. Yeah, you're not getting you're getting an ultimatum, Iran. Sorry. It sucks to say this. I don't want to say this, but yeah, it reminds me of Saddam Hussein not thinking that we're going to invade Iraq. Even to the last minute reports were that he didn't believe that we would invade. I think there's a little bit of that going on here. Like, should the U.S. have struck Iran? Probably not. But that fight was between Iran and the U.S. The real problem here is that the fight was between the U.S. and Iran. Now, so Iran's got someone they're fighting with, right? The U.S. And then they're fighting with Israel. Now, when you close the Strait of Hormuz down, the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway. So when you close the strait to all traffic, it becomes an international incident. It's illegal what they're doing. And so the U.S. is putting a blockade on the strait and the Gulf, and more specifically on the ports that ships are doing business with Iran, which I know it seems like it's a clusterfuck, and it is a clusterfuck, but also the rules are, at least the international rules are, that the closure is breaking international law. The blockade is an act of war to open the strait, which is separate than the fight between the U.S. and Iran, which I know is a muddied mess. But Iran doesn't see it that way, and that's the real problem here. The U.S. will force the strait to be reopened, even if the war continues with the U.S. separately. The U.S. will force the strait open and force their partners to come in at some point if needed. It's almost like it's a weapon of mass destruction, the strait being closed. And like the more time that passes, the more of a weapon of mass destruction it is, the more it forces the hand of the West to take the strait, I guess, right? And probably take Iran too. So even with this statement from Iran's president, like deep historical mistrust, I get it. I understand. Even if I don't agree with Iran on this at all, I understand their point, but they've now involved the international community. Had they kept it to like just U.S. boats, it wouldn't be so bad. Or the U.S. have a harder time standing on the blockade, but stopping all international traffic was like a huge misstep by Iran. Massive misstep. Charging the $2 million, I think, is no big deal. But because of it being tied into every other ship going through the Strait of Hormuz, or we're just going to let our friends through, whatever that is, you've now created an international incident. So I think Trump is somewhat telling the truth about not offering an extension. And not only that, the U.S. forces will be there. And if you do get an extension, it's only for the U.S. forces to invade. You know what I mean? So, and even with Vance not showing up, scares the shit out of me too, because it means it's probably something where the U.S. wants to send negotiators with no time to negotiate. Just like, you got to open the strait. And if they don't, the U.S. pulls the trigger and starts the invasion, either on Wednesday or a week later or whatever. I would look at the U.S., anything nice from the U.S. is more like a setup. It's not truly being nice. You know what I mean by that? It's kind of like you just wait until daddy gets home, you know? It's kind of like that. Um, I won't fight with you. I'll just wait till your dad gets home. Then when he gets home, you can try to tell me no then. That kind of stuff, right? Let's watch this closely here. Should be stalling. We're coming in at 12 o'clock flows. And I want to leave this up so we can see it together. And watch that together right there. Highly unlikely I'll extend the ceasefire with Iran. The only reason we're going to ceasefire is so the U.S. troops can invade at this point. And I think that's why Vance is not showing up until the last minute. It gives less time for bullshit. Let's watch this closely here.
Russian Foreign Ministry reports that Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Lavrov spoke with their Iranian counterpart by phone.
Yeah, Lavrov and Shia are like, oh shit. We never cleaned this up either down here. And there's more cleanup down here in aisle 6 too. That was never cleaned up either. And you know the bears are like, there's one right here and there's two down there. No, I don't want to switch device. Oh shit, what was that? No, I'm talking in the Discord. No. Am I talking in the Discord right now? Shit. Check. Okay, I guess I'm not.
So, Fed nominee Warsh at Politico says price stability Fed mandate without excuse.
There's cracking. Oh, cracking. Let's cracking. You guys, good morning. How y'all doing out there? I like this pre-market briefing. I'm with that market brief. I agree with.
According to sources, the fluid catalytic cracker at Venezuela's Cardon refinery is restarting after a power outage.
Well, I just posted for you some stocks for you to consider. You want to look at these. I can look at them on the show if you want, or I can look at them in the background. There are a couple juicy ones in here. My favorite here, I think, is UMAC. Oh, it's already moving right. It's already moving right now. It's already fucking moving. It doesn't matter. It's gonna keep going. It's in this like perfect range, UMAC. Our trusty old favorite. This is UMAC. If any of you know, some of you know UMAC really well. It's a great trader. It's on its next pump. That's a no-brainer, right? You look at this beautiful fucking ticker. This is like C back in the day. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
More details from the Russian Foreign Ministry on an earlier headline. So Iran's Foreign Minister Aragchi briefed Russia.
It's like just a regular fucking printer. This is UMAC. There are some others though that look great. It's like UMAC. Let's go to a daily. Oh yeah, this is a beautiful fucking printer right here. This thing just goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It's like a regular printer here. You know what we're trying to do here, right? Equal legs. It's fairly easy, right? That's UMAC. I might get out at like 20 and a half. Runners for this, but I got 5 others in the pro channel for you. Watch these 12 p.m. flows. Make sure they're not sell flows. See if we can buy this dip for 12 o'clock. I'm having like hair prop, like my hair is going in my ear. VIX rising right now. $7,130. Let me put Gamma up on the Discord for you. watch this here closely together. I posted Gamma in the Discord. I lost my camera again. Why am I losing my fucking... Hold on a second here, guys. Sorry about that. I'm having camera issues back here. Oh. Come on. Bang my head back and forth, make sure it's a live picture. Would you say Logitech C200? That's what I should use. Yeah, more tech, more pains in the asses for sure. The more complex I make this, the more I run into problems. Yes. 100%. It's going to get, like, I was thinking of that the other day because I was, over the weekend, I was working on the other office, and I'm like, this is so fucking complicated. And it is. It gets even more complicated. It's like a more complex machine going. I agree with that statement. I could just use a C200, right? Yeah, like, you know what's crazy, or not crazy, but like, so that setup over there requires less than this setup over here. I think that my issue is that I've got like Streamlabs trying to communicate between two places. It's not like I'm traveling to the other place. It's like I'm doing it right here. So, waiting to take a trade. There's no trade to take. Yeah, what's weird is like that setup over there takes less. That's more in real life than this is. Like when we do that show, it's going to be clicking buttons on a MIDI board to bring up pre-made things. So it's like in real. It's like what most people do. They like do all their work, then they stream and they just pop through things. This stream setup is very complicated and resource intensive, and it's all like this setup is a pain in the ass. That setup over there is super easy. The only problem is the problem that I think that I'm having is it thinks I'm in one place or the other and then doesn't catch up when it talks to each other. Because I have scenes for that setup over there that are also on this setup with this thing. No trade right now. It's like an indecision zone in here. I want to see VIX 9-day lose the 5-minute trigger to go long. Or begin to lose it. I'm looking on 0 dates right now. Why are they so low? Either someone's extremely either the dealers are too bearish, not bearish, but dealers saying we're going to trade this flat. They don't expect any movement here today. Mm, 7-Eleven C's are at 11 cents. They shouldn't be. They should be way higher. The dealer's saying we get pinned in, no move all day long. Or at least upside. Just check puts here. I mean, even puts are well hedged, or we're well hedged here, I should say. Puts remain bid. Calls not so much. Calls fall off at 7:10. I'm actually surprised at that. Oh, fuck you. Don't make me chase this fucking shit.
Israeli Channel 12, citing a source, say the Air Force continues its preparations and maneuvers, and its pilots are on their highest alert at their bases. So Israeli Channel 12, citing a source, say that Israel is preparing to return to the fighting at any moment.
I bet. We all know that. We don't need to be told that Israel's ready to go back to fucking fighting at a moment's notice. Fucking water is wet, bro. What the fuck is this guy saying? Oh, this guy's fucking such a pain in the ass. Israel's ready to go back and fight at a moment's notice. You could fucking fart and Israel be ready to go back to fight. Well, they actually aren't. They've got Israel's got a holiday right now, don't they? I think they've got like Memorial Day. So this might just be bluster to celebrate, not celebrate, or what do they got here? Independence Day, April 22nd. 2 days. They're doing their Independence Day. And I thought they had a holiday coming up. And it's like 4th of July for the U.S. Kinda. Fuck this green candle right here in particular. We want to watch this prior high right here. And this one up here, and this one up here, and this one right here. We'll just watch these two together. Watch these two right here. One minute curling up on a 5 minute to hopefully create a bull plane here on the 1 and 5.
So sources telling MS Now that the US delegation plans to travel to Islamabad in Pakistan soon. Russia sees China buying gas at a discount to Europe through 2029.
Yeah, they want to keep us. They're trying to keep us. See this number right here, the 710.58, 710.49. Market is trying to keep us underneath this to not unlock. This is how we get to 715 and 720. So they kind of need to keep us under here. It's like dealers are saying there's supply here. On that yellow box. There's still a gap to take out, though, above. All this gap was left behind, but then again, there's gap down here, too. Fed nominee Warsh saying price stability and Fed mandate without excuse. I like hearing that. The bond market wants to hear that. Still losing the computer. Don't know why right now. Why do I keep losing the camera? Can't figure out why I keep losing this camera. Plug it into a USB 2.0 instead of a 3.0. That's a bunch of shit I gotta do. Keep an eye on this. Some volatility will be in here. VIX 9-day is acting up right now, so it's pretty dangerous being long here. There's the two legs on the inside. See this one right here? So there's a leg right here. This leg is shorter all right now. If we give this leg up, what we're gonna do is we kind of have to push this leg higher to go higher. If we don't, at minimum, what we'll do is go down here and sweep this before an attempt to go higher, even if we can get it. Let's watch this closely here. That's not a good look here. Watch what this candle is here. This candle needs to go like straight up. Yeah, this is exhaustion right here. You see it? Yeah, the attempt to start up here. We're gonna get sent to the. We're gonna get sent down here to the woodshed. That's not good price action right there. You see that? That ain't good. Not going up. This would be fine to flush if this candle was pretty green. It's like straight up there.
Lagarde says the
But it's
ECB
not.
will act as the situation demands.
It's still alive right now, but I need to see like a big green candle here. Like big. I need to see big.
President Lagarde currently speaking in Berlin.
If we don't, we'll go down here and we'll trade all this. We'll clear all that out down there. Watch this closely here. The tick is slightly higher.
President Lagarde adds the economic situation is highly uncertain and the energy market is volatile. We are determined
there.
to achieve our inflation target, but we need to
go
gather
higher.
information before
Higher.
drawing firm conclusions for our monetary policy. The speech is on.
Higher. Go higher. That ain't enough. Higher. There you go. That's good enough for kind of good enough. It's kind of slippery. Give it another fucking push. Another higher. I mean, it kind of got it, but it kind of didn't. You see it right there? Turn that fucking candle green.
Lagarde says that wars.
There we go. That's what I needed right there. Still alive. Whew. Sometimes it's like a fucking one candle. Like fucking goddamn, just hit the fucking one candle. Looking at a fucking 1 minute candle here. Like, stay the fuck alive.
Lagarde says there's no easy path back to a pre-war situation.
So that's all I needed to see. Just that one little wick right there. Start fucking crossing. There you go. Get up there. No. This is looking pretty fucking. You notice how like there's no buyers here either. Everybody like market's like pretty well hedged right now. There's no flows on calls.
President Lagarde says the Eurozone is not yet in an adverse scenario.
A lot of supply up here, like just pinned in. Then we come back and save it. This is not just again.
Lagarde says there's limited signs of supply chain disruptions so far.
No, like this needs follow through. You can't have like can't push up here and then immediately get wicked down, bro. It's not how this works. It's like says this screams sell. It's screaming sell. Like all this consolidation, no bueno. See this right here? This is 11 a.m. Hey, you kind of get up here to 11:38, but then the sellers are already up here at 10, right? Selling down. And this like 12 to you only got so you kind of have to take off here at 12 or at least 12:30. And we're stalling just enough to stop the rally. You can see it's like just enough supply in here. There's like a murder bot going on in here. You can see they sent it down here. They sent it down here. They sent it down here. Just fresh supply in every new high. There's like we're getting roped in here. 1 in 5 is crossing on the half right now. It looks obvious that they don't want to trade this up here. They don't want to be opening up the doors to 715, 720. Or it's not crashy. It's more like just don't go up there. We're going to go down here. A lot of resistance here, a lot of selling in here. Mm. 1 minute trigger crossing the 5 minute right now. A lot of rage in here. I don't know if I call it rage as more as dealers. A lot of dealer supply in here. This pretty much speaks to the idea of waiting for a pullback to the daily trigger. There shouldn't be this much resistance if we're actually going to squeeze. There shouldn't be, but there is. There's a lot of like pressure, downside pressure here. Doesn't mean we can't go up. It just means that it's easier to buy dips lower. I'm surprised it's not going because we are on the hour here. This is kind of a garbage high right here, but you could count that high to this one right here. You could assign this one to this one. Plus, there's another prior high right here. So I beat two of these highs, this one and this one. That's good for that one. So you kind of have to like kind of quickly come up here and do this one. We haven't lost anything down here. So we haven't lost this yet. And you could theoretically still take this out and still go up. So there's just a lot of like there's no like, okay, we're gonna open the doors up. So if that's the case, we're gonna close this up right here. Okay, UNH. Surge is about to fucking squeeze titties off. I'm watching Surge right now. Surge is trying to break out underneath its daily trigger right now. It's finally past its ER. It's got some fucking huge gaps to close to like $1.20. $1.15, $1.20. I just want to see it squeeze. UNH, that's your pick. Let's look at it. Yeah, no. It's going up and then coming straight back down. UNH, pop and drop. Hold on, let me look. It's got a nice setup here in UNH. It's got a nice squeeze setup. Just give me a second. I gotta look at UNH. UNH is hard. Give me a minute to look at it. I can see an argument being made for a long UNH. You're getting out if it goes to 350. You should get out at 343. You're kind of playing with fire with UNH. I'll explain it here in a minute. Let me just look at the fundamentals on it. What I don't like about UNH, where do we start here? Hold on. We're going down here. We're going to trade this whole thing down here. We're going to lose it all. UNH.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Iran plans to send negotiating team to Pakistan on Tuesday. Furthermore to this article, saying Iran has told regional mediators that it would send a negotiating team to Islamabad on Tuesday for the second round of talk to the US. People familiar with the matter have said.
I'm looking at their revs. Their expectations are low for 2026 for revs. Quarterly revs are expected to move higher. EPS. Q4 earnings per share are expected to be lower than they'll be for the rest of Q1. For fiscal quarter 1 and 2 of 2026, they're supposed to be much higher. They're killing the dividend too. They're almost at a $10 fucking dividend. That's pretty goddamn good. Let's look at UNH really quick. I'm just looking at it here in the background. I'm looking at all their fundamentals. I was asked to do UNH earnings. I mean, they fucking went. Let's go look at this together. I'm doing this in the background, but
We have posted the article on the feed for those interested.
there are a few things we need to look at here. So this is. Hey, let's go, Mr. Rager. Thanks for becoming a member. We're gonna look at this. I don't know if you can see this at home, but you know, this or where the April. See this April right here? This is a recovery, blast down, blast up on a bottom, blast down on a peak right here. Kind of here in 2022, but that was kind of a bad year. Equal legs. They do tend to stay in trend. This is their ticker right here. There's some good news in here. Let's start with the good news. UNH did clean out all of its COVID trade. I like seeing that. Roughly, they've cleaned out their whole COVID trade. There could be an argument made that it needs to go slightly deeper down here before coming out. To clean out the last bit of holdouts down in here. But I do like to see this. It's a nice accumulation, distribution, and going back to COVID. They were kind of looking for a reason to sell this. This was one of the few companies that never gave up its COVID gains. Healthcare, to some extent. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Remove undrawing, then what is that? Okay, I don't know what that is either. All right, whatever that is. Anyways, I'm having some wonkiness. There can be an dude. I just lost my. What the fuck is going on? It's so frustrating right now. Why is my fucking camera turning off? Oh, so frustrated. Okay. It says active. Now it's not active. Okay. Is it back on again? All in all, right? Even if this comes down to trade down here or to clean outs like rotor roots, I still think this is in some kind of bottoming here. So for the bulls, they have this going for them. They are bottoming to try to make some kind of breakout up here. At least trade this up here.
According to Israel's Channel 13, quoting an Israeli official,
on a negative.
To raise the issue of ballistic missiles in the negotiations is causing great concern among our.
Oh, dude, I gotta turn this fucking guy off. This guy is just repeating diarrhea that means nothing. I can't listen to that. Like I'm like really at a point right now with the no information, low information. I really need information noise. This guy's saying that a few minutes ago said Israel will defend or whatever its country. Like, I don't need to hear that 2 days before their Independence Day. We know that. Like, that's the water is wet trade. Now, on a negative, there is an hour or a monthly trigger coming down and crossing the quarterly. This will be checked. That will be checked. It won't just happen. It's not like that's going to cross and we're just going to roll down here like this. It's not how it happens. We're going to go up there and check and sniff that shit out, in my view. And the reason being is you need to ensure that we're going down farther. And I think that's the bigger story here, which is it's not that the market, or it's not that UNH cannot make this larger leg a larger major correction to the downside. I'm open to it. It just doesn't happen that easily. This is the first leg. It's easy. It's the easy trade, right? And they had their bullshit almost similar to Sam Adams. It's not quite Sam Adams, of course, but Sam Adams, the market was looking for a reason to sell, and Sam Adams provided one. They overstated what they were going to be what they were doing, and the benefits of this was with their low cost, low calorie alcoholic drinks. They thought were going to take over in the restaurant scene, and it didn't. People like to drink those things in a backyard with friends, neighbors and shit on a hot day. They were never going to overtake restaurants. Not only that, you've got like people choosing marijuana over alcohol these days, perceived as being less damaging. My point stands. If you're going to make the bigger move to the downside, you're going to check to make sure that's the case. So you're going to check this cross to the upside. And I think that leads into a bigger conversation. When your stock is underneath the monthly trigger, it's in a bear market. And there's nothing really you can do about that until a price gets above the hourly or the monthly trigger in particular. I know everyone wants to be like the bottom caller, like that's the bottom, we're done, we're out of here, all that kind of stuff. But you're not out of the woods at all. This is just as likely here, or even a squeeze up and then back down again into the death trap. I always like the idea of, like I want you to think about it like this. Do you see how price is above the blue line right here? It's automatically like, let's get long on anything, get long in the weekly, get long in the monthly. We're going up, right? We're going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. When that price breaks over that monthly like that, it's extremely bearish, and price is still underneath the monthly trigger. So for me, for accumulating, what makes things easy is buying dips above the monthly trigger. It just makes it easier. Monthly, weekly, daily, hourly. Whenever you have price, hourly, daily, weekly, then monthly, it makes it makes everything easy. When price is underneath like this, it gives me caution for this second leg, right? Even though we're going into an earnings, now last week I had some problems with the calendars and the companies when they were going to report. So tell me if I'm wrong here, but I've got April 21st as their earnings. On Tuesday, I've got it before the market opens. That's all bearish as fuck up there. That's all super fucking bearish up here. It's not that you can't beat it. It's just that, let me just show you where this stuff is. Here, let me stop here for a minute and just look at this. We haven't taken that candle out yet. That's good. We're in a 6-month chart right now, and this chart needs to hold. This candle in particular needs to hold. You can see this low right here is not taken 80% of it yet. It hasn't taken 80% of any of these candles yet. That's bullish. Or it's at least bullish for a fight against the cross above. You can see on the 3 and 6 month, we've got a date with destiny up there. I think this speaks to it too, right here, which is like hit all these things right here and reject to confirm a new low coming. Is this one right here? We have a valid case. This is good to see right here. You see this? This is awesome. This implies move higher right here. And I think I tend to agree with this here. Some big fucking numbers in here. And you've taken this one out to imply we're going higher. Like I would at least like to see this like trade up here and then reject for the second leg. At least be told no. told no, shall not pass, no. I think this also speaks for the monthly trigger is if you're able to break through the both of these and make a series of highs, you can talk about it going up. It's either gonna you make the you do the retrace to prove that you're going down. Let's look at a week. Man, I do think you fucking go up here. I mean, even if you get sent packing, I don't think this happens in one day though. But this is the gist of it here. You want to at least see this get rejected. You at least want to see that. If that's what we're going to do. Otherwise, you're looking for summer like this. Then a stall here. Protect the A for fall. And then you get the breakout up here. You theoretically, you would take this bad boy out. And then we could absorb that into the fall. You can see, though, where, you know, if summertime shits the bed or anything like that, you can totally see where, you know, the end of the year looks like shit. Okay, here we go. Here's where the juice comes in. So this reports in the morning. Hello? Sorry. I'm getting some spam phone calls here. It's about where we are right there. Look at this fucking thing right here. This was their earnings. This is where we are. This shows, so this is where we are. If you want something comparable, this is where we are right now. That's showing you like a quick rip and dip to cross check and then up. Then there's a blast the fuck down over here on Luigi. This was coming whether we got Luigi or not, or I don't know if that's Luigi, but that's their earnings cratered. And that is this is where we are right now, right here. This is about what I'm thinking too. Pop up, down, then up. Okay, here we go. Ready? We know about these guys here. We know about those guys there and there and there. We're not there yet. And they're looking up here. Okay, so I think I got this. Ready? The gap is right here. Into tomorrow. What do I got here for the other thing? Where is United and where is option 5.5% move expected to 342. Yeah, that makes sense. Something like that. $327.97, $327.90, $327.75 right there. Slam you down in the morning. Whipsaw back up. 6 a.m. Tuesday, 1600. $9 a.m. right there. There's your big flush from or from Trump, right? Bullshit garbage. Doom into Friday. Gap. You don't get the 1 month. And then we eventually take this out. It's going to take time. Okay, ready? Price target. Okay, here we go. I think I got this set. Not trying to like break anyone's heartache or anything. There's a few things here. I don't see. There's a couple of things we could do here. You probably have until the end of today to price this in. We could price this into the close before we get to their ER, which I like the idea of that. That's this whole move right here. If we price in that whole move before we get to their earnings in the morning, I would expect to sell to the downside to back this up right here. But in truth, what I'd like to see is like a bump up to like 327.50 in the close. I'd like to see a flush into tomorrow morning. And I do want to see a move higher, though, on their ER to trade 344.50, but that's it. Maybe even slightly lower. Do not hang out on this trade above 340. They're going to try to swoop in and send you down. And it's for a larger move, I think, later for 350. So you take that 350 out, you get your 352. There's a swing low in here at the FOMC and the Trump doom for SOH. Shit out of Hormuz. And then some kind of a ramp-o-rama, but this could be farther out in time. They have all the month of May to do this. So it doesn't necessarily need to whipsaw back up that quickly. But I would like to see all of this taken out here into summertime. I think this will take all summer to do. I don't think you're able to do this right away, but I would like to at least see ultimately price target 425.69. 425.69, and you're likely going to get some pullbacks in here too. You also have a little bit of gap down here to be watching out for, so this wouldn't shock me. You know, something over here in the month of May, the merry month of May. And I wouldn't be too shocked if you saw something like that get cleaned up. But otherwise, we can just bang this one out and start doing this too on this daily trigger right here. I'd still like this taken out down here, but they've only got two quarters of growth coming. They're expected to like go back into no growth. So I think if we price all this in up here, if we price in the next 2 quarters bullish, and then their outlook beyond that is pretty fucking negative. So I would think that they don't actually follow the end of the year, or they get pinned in here end of the year, and then they get the double top, and then they go down there and clear that stuff out. This ticker in particular is kind of a hot potato. So at least short term, this is what I've got. If you want to know what I think about this stuff, I think they do need to trade this They need to close this gap, and then I think in the next, between now, like this does not need to get unlocked until May. I could see this getting stalled. Like that gap needs to be taken out at minimum. And this yellow line this gap needs taken out. And then we'll deal with this 1 month. If you do see this on their earnings, if you see 349.91 taken out on their earnings, it's a very good sign on any pullbacks to get long. If we miss this one right here, I'm very bearish. I would at least like to see the gap taken out at minimum. This is what I've got on UNH. You're better to buy this stock lower. You're better to buy this stock, in my viewpoint. If you're already long, you can stay long if you want that extra. But if I was a buyer of dips, it would be here. 304.80. As a matter of fact, I'll just snap it right now. Add alert crossing down. And you're better to buy on this gap down here too. It's the same as SPOOs. Add an alert crossing down. It's pretty much the same as fucking SPOOs. Horizontal line. Create. So I got an alert here. I think you're better to buy here or even here. And you have an event to try to like blow a little bit of this off. So if you can get down there to this one or even down here to get that one, I like that trade better. And I do think that the only reason for this trade here to tomorrow would be to just tag that. And then I still think you're better to buy. I do think that supply comes in here. You could wake up holding your dick at 6 a.m. or whatever. The bigger trade is lower. That's what I've got for tomorrow right here. But I don't know if you're able to capture that. They'd squeeze this shit up tomorrow. You're better on spreads than long calls too, in my view. If you have a call spread, you won't have to worry about there being buyers on the open tomorrow. If they rip this thing up at like 6 a.m., let's say, and they're just teeing off on the open, you need to be in a spread so you can close at a reasonable price. And I like it better to buy down lower. I like it better to buy at 262 and 304.80. For just where we are, that's what I like better. I like the idea of checking this cross over here. And this does make kind of sense in here. You can kind of see it. You push up, then blast it down. Daily trigger swoops up. And you end up getting you get the cross right here. You get the cross over here. And you're kind of better off to be buying a dip in here. There's like a trap in here. Another noteworthy thing is if Trump pulls any shit tomorrow or Wednesday, he says that, remember too, that Trump will invade when he'll tell you that he's giving you an extension, and in fact he's delaying, just stalling. It's like, you come in here on Wednesday and it becomes this down here. It just gets sucked into price action in the market. And then you've got, sorry, this is the wrong one. Like it gets sucked into the price action of the market over here. Then you get the FOMC, and then before you know it, we're out of here. So you get the big push higher, unlock, sucked into Trump pulling some bullshit, or Trump pulled into FOMC bullshit over here. I like the idea of buying this lower. I'd feel way more confident in here. And the reason I'd feel confident in here and not be thinking it's going to be the start of the second leg is I want to see this get rejected. I want to see this one right here get rejected, 417. I want to see a big rejection up here. No, you shall not pass. We're going to continue the second leg down. It's like 417.47. Until we hit that, I'm not as bearish. I like the idea of buying all these dips to travel up here to see to sniff around on this. So better to buy lower later in the week or into the 5th. Matter of fact, right in here. So I just like the idea of being sent to the woodshed up. I like the other idea of being sent to the woodshed and then up. I like the idea of buying these or even just stalling this and then you get the payout in May. Personally, and like this, like taking this thing out doesn't help on opens tomorrow. That's what I've got. I've got big fuck you in here for bulls unless you're buying spreads. And I see you getting sucked in somewhere in here. I see you getting like sucked into something down here. The same fucking thing that SPY's on right now. Kind of the same thing. You know, it's like everyone's wanting to sell up here. It's easier to buy a dip down here with more room to run than like pounding into this stuff up here. Probably too, a lot of these traders here are only in. I'm going to assume that traders missed this trade. It's like you got traders in here and here, and then you've got FOMOers right here. So FOMOers want, you know, big print. If you flush out those FOMOers in here and then give them the print, seems a little bit more logical. So this is FOMO gang wanting this to go higher. These are traders that have only been in for like a week, 2 weeks, and they're looking for that big print. I would assume flush you, or not flush you, but take the money on the underlying and then flush you down for the equities, or excuse me, then flush you down for the options. Like squeeze up here, flush you down, make you buy them again with the rest of the smart money. Make sense? So I've got us going down, or excuse me, I've got us going slightly up into the close. Quick flush in the after hours, rip higher into the morning, sell by open, somewhere in there for UNH. That's what I've got for him. I would have picked something else. I will look at your other, I'll look at your other tickers right now. We haven't moved anywhere. It's been parked. Nowhere. No up, no down. Dealers have us not trading up here at all. Dealers have said no. Nope. 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 I've been saying that now. The options chain, when we came down here, anything over 410 was no-go. So like this big like move to 715, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. We've known that now for, I think it was right in here, or maybe in here. Dealers saying we're not going up above this number here today. So we should start lower. So if we can catch an equal leg down below here, we can catch this one down here. Try to leave some pressure. I'm not really UNH. I don't really like it the most. Let me look at some others you got here. It's not my favorite. RTX. I'm bearish on RTX. If you want to know. RTX, I like it to sell. IBKR. I'm surprised you didn't call up. I'm actually surprised you didn't call up Nomura. RBKR, I like them to sell too. Seems like a no-brainer. BA. I like BA. I like B. I like British. Yeah, I like B. Or Boeing. Excuse me, not British Aerospace. Excuse me. Boeing. I like here. Fuck. All this fucking. God, I can see what they're looking. I can see why these guys are all bared up. They're wrong. I can see why they're bared up though. You're trying to pull a fucking October. Yeah, that ain't flying. Let me just check BA really quick on its velo. I like BA, probably the best pick that I've seen so far. I know that you weren't really picking these; you were just saying all these are coming up. BA is probably my most bullish that I like so far. I like AXP too. I like AXP. I like BA. Thought I already did INTC. I already did INTC and I already did Tesla. Those are both in the Discord. And as a matter of fact, I had them in the expectation. They're done. I now have them coming down from here on their earnings. I have them priced to trade $70, and then I've got them coming down. So I'm bearish at this point on INTC. I am bearish on INTC. They've priced in their move in my viewpoint. That's gonna piss off traders, right? So INTC, I was bullish last week. I've got it up on my chart right here. I already posted it for you in the Discord. I'm now bearish on INTC. I want to see ITC now come down and trade $53, maybe even lower, 44 would be nice. 44, 45, somewhere in there. Maybe even 42. BA. I'll chart it in the background for you. It's kind of bullish. I like them with the flush too. I said I liked BA, but I kind of like the flush on them. Hang tight here. I said I liked BA. I don't. I like BA to sell too. Let me just look at AXP. This might be the one. AXP looks like it wants to flush too. AXP, I said I like that one. I like them to sell. I want to see them trade 310, 300. Sweep that low down there. Sweep the gap they have down below. Let me just look at these one more time. I like AXP flushing. Hey, we'll just go through these really quick. We can do them together. I can just blast through these fucking things. I haven't looked at them. They're still good. They're good. Hold on, sorry. I was trying to hit the fire button here. Let's go look at some of these. I can probably rapid fire these. Where's the thing? Where's the request? JJ. Oh, there it is, right there. All right, ready? We're gonna rapid fire these. Make this really fucking simple. We did UNH. We're gonna start with RTX. Ready? This is a perfect example. Oh, sorry, wrong one. This is a perfect example of earnings season, okay? We're going to look at earnings season here. Here's RTX cranking at $200. That's fairly nice, right? They have an earnings tomorrow morning, supposedly. That's distribution. I can tell you for sure right now. This is classic distribution. Classic distribution does not mean you don't get new highs. You can actually get new highs, but it's in distribution. On a smaller time frame, UNH looks great because it's showing this here. Showing your bat wing. Hey, you got a bat wing here, you got a bat wing here. So no matter what, I still want to see that before we go up. So you still have down an RTX for even if you're going to attempt that wing, right? And no, that's not good enough. So at minimum, these guys are reporting, right? At minimum, I want to see this go down to even begin to talk about, a long, right? That's what I want to see. And we're coming into their earnings, which is normally like, what do you call it? A binary event so that you can catch lows down here, right? Let's think about this too. This group right here. There's a lot of fucking chasing in here. I can see it. Like, this is all fucking... This kind of looks like, the move came in here in November. Give me a summer dip. When can I get it? Can I catch that? It's actually that cup right there. At minimum, I want to see this. And to boot, I want to see it. I don't even want to talk about this unless, we're above this and we're out of here, right? Maybe that is the best way to describe it. Like, I would need to see that first, whatever that's going to be. Not this one. It's that one right there. And you're in the same place with no risk, no craziness, and then up. There's like a trap in here for bulls. Kill your options. And likely a better dip down here. And if this passes me by, I'm fine with it too. I got no need for this. This is the other thing about like earnings, which is like, is it just down there and then up? In both scenarios, I like the idea of this, of waiting. So I don't like this stock at all. I don't like it where it is. IBKR. I don't like where this one is. You can just look at the highs on this, fairly easy to see. I just don't care about it. I care about this stock trading it like buying dips, buying dips, buying dips, buying dips. This one's already up here. What are you going to get off that? Another $1 or $2? Like that one. I just like this trade. Oh, yeah, it went down there for a minute. Sweet, back in the money again. Don't like this either. It's trading 82. I'm assuming that everybody wants $100 on it. No, I don't think so. I bet this needs a fucking flush. Well, maybe not. Could argue that you get the 200 or 98. You know, start stalling here in the summertime. Then we flush this down here. Still a big flusher. Dude, what is this new audio device detected? What is this? I just don't like them. You got to remember. So you got to remember. Hold on here, my camera's fucking up again. You got to now see. You can post those, but hold on a second here. You can post those, but you can post those, but there's no context. Like the context for me is, I think it's fine for you to post them. I think you should post them with context. I think what you should do is write, Cap doesn't like any of these tickers and include all of them. And then say he would only buy, he's looking for the one that falls. So here's an example. This is another example. This is RTX. I wouldn't chase this. So I don't give a fuck if this ticker goes up here. I don't care about that. Does that make sense? I wouldn't chase that. On a binary event, I wouldn't chase that. On a binary event, I use them for buying unexpected downside moves. So the chart should look more like this, with an alert on it. So price crossing down the horizontal line. Maybe I'll just draw this on the chart. Cap not interested in chasing. Wants one of these to burn. Literally. It's like, am I bullish on IBKR? Sure I am. Do I want to chase this fucking thing when it's up here? Fuck no. Do I want to chase it up here? Fuck no. Do I want to chase it up here? Fuck no. Do I want to chase it up here? Fuck no. Even if this breaks out. As a matter of fact, look at this one right here. This is a good example right here. Here's a little bit of chase up here. You see this like little bit of chase right here? That's chasing. Still resulted in down. Still resulted in down. So it's not that you can't like blast up here. I just have no interest in it. Like personally, I have no interest in it. I don't chase things like this. If I do, I usually lose all my money. Not every time, but enough. So for me, Cap not interested in chasing. I want to see that thing get woodshedded. Now let's say IBKR doesn't do this and it just runs. Then I miss the trade. Like a lot of traders out there get so not saying you at all, JJ at all. JJ just threw a bunch of tickers that were having their earnings this week. I'm going to say this again, and this is not JJ. It's just me saying it, which is You should always be using binary events. Whenever possible, be using a binary event for, if you're a bull, for a bloodbath. You hope to get a bloodbath. Like when you're on the date of their earnings, you're hoping for a bloodbath. If you're in, let's say, NFP, and you're trading up into NFP, you are looking for a bloodbath. If we're trading down into NFP, you are looking for a squeeze higher. If you're in the middle going into NFP because binary event, you are flat. You're flat, 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 flat. You're not going to pick because this could go up or down. So when you're trying to use an ER to your advantage, the baseline is I want that stock to burn. I want all of tech to burn. Are they going to burn? No. But that one or two that does burn usually gives you like the entry that you are looking for in this trade with a better edge. So let me explain this better. So if this one is looking for this move higher, and instead you get a move like this, and you're like, not that anybody out there is bullish on RTX. I don't know if you are or not, or is this AMEX yet? No, this is IBKR. I don't think the ticker matters. You know, like let's say your favorite ticker, you're like stuck on it. We're going to squeeze, bro. And it goes down here. Are you bullish now? And then you poll people and they say, no, I'm not. I'm no longer bullish, bro. And I'm like, wait a minute. You should have been bullish fucking here, not here. You know what I mean? Like I'm super bullish here. And now I'm not bullish here. Super bullish here. And now I'm not bullish here. So that other ticker that I had there, what is this? Where's that ticker? You can leave that ticker up. That you don't have to delete that. Don't be deleting your shit. It's okay to leave it up. I'm just saying that when I do these things, you don't have to delete that ticker. You just have to like write underneath it like Cap wants to buy it here. Like, you know, I'm not interested. I want one of these right here. Alert on timeline, crossing down. Create. And so now I've got two alerts. Now I've got two alerts here to buy this one and this one. It'll let me know. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to care about any of this bullshit over here. None of that stuff. Sorry. I'm getting a little aggressive here with the crazy town, but you don't get many opportunities to get a downside move in your favorite stock. How many times do you guys chase shit? You're just like, oh my God, I'm late. I missed the whole entire move to the upside. I missed the entire move to the upside. And so you need an event. You need doom. You need this. You need that. You need this, like everybody's hair's on fire, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to get long on my favorite stock. So at any rate, you get my point. The other one that we were looking at up here was we looked at UNH. That's RTX. Here, I'll show you RTX now. I'll just do these correctly so that if you do snip it, I'll just do this correctly. Not interested. This is where I'm interested right here. Add alert. Crossing down. Great. Now, if I create enough alerts on all of these tickers that I review with you, one of them is bound to go my way, which helps my edge, right? So let's look at IB. Well, we already did IBKR. And BA. It's same right here. I want to see this down move. So there's an alert. Crossing down. Add an alert. Crossing down. Great. I mean, could we go up here on BA earnings? Sure. You got a nice wick right here, nice fake wick. Yeah, you go up here, then we're down here. These all look like they want to go down. I would be trying to send you to the woodshed down here. Bear attack, send 6,800. AXP. Same shit. I want to see the woodshed down here. I want to see the gap get closed down here. No interest in this stock either. I'm not saying it can't go up. I'm just saying like down here. There's cap again down below. And you know, the crazy part about this is I don't have to I'll put money down on it. I don't have to stress anything. There's AXP. I put an alert on that one. Next one, INTC. Trade it up, right? Trade it up, trade it up, trade it up. Now what am I looking for down here? Down. I'm looking for down on NTC. INTC last week was bullish. Now not so bullish. Price in their move in my view. That's how many tickers this week. So every ticker that I listed to you, I want lower. As a matter of fact, on INTC, we'll draw another one right here. Daily triggers right here. So we're going to cross this one in right here. No, I have the alert set for it right here. Already set. Whew. That goddamn dog is stinking. No movements, no going anywhere. S&P 500. What else? Let's put these in right here. Did I put that on the wrong? $30. Every one of those tickers, and those are all this week. And they all look priced into me. They all look like they want to come back down and be range bound and fuck call buyers for a week or two. And that's what it looks like. At minute, like every ticker I looked at there, every single one that you posted for earnings this week, to me, have priced in. INTC, perfect pricing in for their earnings. Like it looks like they priced in their earnings. So it doesn't mean they can't go up or anything. It just means for those earnings that are this week, you're probably hoping one of those tickers, if not more, gets taken to the woodshed. And you got to remember too, this is like, it's not like they can't moon after the bell. It's when you wake up on the next morning, is your shit printing, right? Like you got to like, if JJ, if you have a chance, I want you to look at all those tickers after this week, and I want you to find out, did calls print the next morning or not? Which means, remember with you got to remember with earnings, right? You've got option interest. You got to remember something. Some of you know this. If you're a young trader, you probably don't know this. If you've never traded through an earnings enough, like I'm on calls for a farther out date, and I'm going to hold said calls through ER, through the open the next morning into the following week. If you've never done that, I would ask you to do it even if it's only like one option, like one call. And I would do it through, even if you're paying for it, not fake paper bullshits, like with a call. And I would do it until you experience a squeeze overnight. And there's a reason for that. It's like, you need to still have people on the other side that want to buy more calls and farther out and higher up than where we are in that open, right? So you get the pop, like let's say we're going to a close, right? You get the pop and you show up and we're higher, but there's no one else wanting to buy calls and you're higher. Your calls are still going to be worthless because of option interest. People move on. And not only that, they still reprice those options. So I've been in calls on ERs where, let's say I go in and they're worth $1. I come into the open at 9:30 and those calls are now worth, let's say, $3. Within 15, 20 minutes, those things dive in value, even if we didn't give up price and we're going to go higher. So they'll reprice those options. They'll do horse trading, and you'll see like the price will get stuck for like 15 minutes. It won't move. In that time period, they'll reprice all those options again. And so it can be infuriating. If you're a trader, you're like, I won to $3. I want them to go to 15 now that we got this good report, and there's still option interest. New buyers stepping in. Even then, you'll notice that you could have taken the risk off and just bought at the open the next morning for continuation. So the point that I'm trying to make here just reinforces, normally you're looking for the opportunity to get lower on earnings. I'm saying that, but I'm like, no one wants to hear this fucking shit from me. They want to hear it's going to moon. And I just can't give that to you. All those stocks are also set up to squeeze, but I think that the likelihood of them all doing that is close to rare or none. Let's see what this is. I've got senior Pakistani official is confident can get Iran to attend talks with the U.S.
Trump on True Social says, I'm winning a war by a lot. Things are going very well.
He's on a tear right now, too. The Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are in.
Trump says the blockade is destroying Iran and won't take off the blockade until there is a deal.
He's on a fucking tear right now, just heads up. He's on a Truth Social post storm or something. The Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are in with respect to Iran. Oh. I don't want to read this. Despite World War I lasting 4 years, 3 months, and 14 days, World War II lasting 6 years and 1 day, the Korean War lasting 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days, the Vietnam War lasting 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days, and Iraq lasting 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. He wrote that. They like to say that I promised 6 weeks to defeat Iran. No one said that. And actually, from the military standpoint, it was far faster than that. But I'm not going to let them rush the United States into making a deal that is not as good as it could have been. I agree with that statement. It's a fucking mess how we get here, though, Trump. I read the fake news saying that I am under pressure to make a deal. No one's saying that. Only dipshits on Reddit say that stupid shit. Don't listen to those people. They're fucking 13-year-old, bro. They're like 16-year-olds, man. You're fighting with a 16-year-old. Don't do that. He writes, "This is not true. I am under no pressure whatsoever, although it will all happen relatively quickly. Time is not my adversary. The only thing that matters is that we finally, after 47 years, straighten out the mess that other presidents let happen because they didn't have the courage or foresight to do it and had to be done with respect to Iran." That's not true either. We're just we're in it now because of AI. It was going to happen whether you were president or not. It's been happening. We're in it and we'll be done right. We won't let the weak and pathetic Democrats, traitors, who for years have been talking about the dangers of Iran and that something has to be done. But now, since I'm the one doing it, belittle the accomplishments of our military and the Trump admin. Dude, we could give a flying fuck. If you get it done, sweet. It's how we're getting it done, bro. This is being perfectly executed on the scale of Venezuela. Just a bigger, more complex operation. The result will be the same. In my first term, I built the greatest military our country has ever seen, including adding Space Force. In my second term, I am properly and judiciously using our military to solve problems left to us by others of far less understanding or competence. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump. Some of this is true, what he just wrote here. He's in a big tweet thing right now. He also writes, Trump, the blockade on Iran will remain in place until there is a deal. Trump, blockade is absolutely destroying Iran's economy. We know this. Trump claims Iran is losing $500 million per day under the blockade. U.S. military operations are going very well and that the U.S. is winning the war by a lot. I think we all agree with this, Trump. I think everybody is aware that Trump has the entire military there to stomp on Iran. I don't think that anybody is in disagreement that Iran will be met with dire consequences. Let's keep this up here. This is stopping us from moving higher. It's 4 hour. We're stuck on this one too. Senior Pakistani government source: Pakistan is confident gets Iran to attend talks with the U.S. Did you see how that space there opened up with the blackness right in here? This market is on edge to sell. It's waiting for one bad, hey, we've invaded. I think we all know that. I think we all in agreement that though, right? I don't think anyone in their right mind could not agree that we're destroying Iran, that we'll send our military in quickly if there's no quick resolution. I think the whole world knows that. The whole world. I don't think the whole world thinks that Trump is under pressure to. I've heard that said and parroted, but I've never given it any credence. None, zero. There's noise out there that he's grown tired of it. He wants it resolved. If there's one thing the U.S. is good at, you'll hear people parrot things like the U.S. hasn't won a war since World War II. That's patently false. I think I've discussed that on the show in the past. The U.S. sucks at rebuilding, but the U.S. is great at winning wars. I would never, ever want to be on the losing end of an American war. It means that a Pyrrhic victory was achieved. It's kind of like Randy Marsh. Yeah, I'm still standing, but I just lost 1 million of my countrymen, right? How many have you lost? 1,500? It's my million. I don't want to be in the winning end of that stick. So I don't think any American in their right mind would ever think that, the U.S., we're not here to win it now at this point. All the people are there. The ships are there. I think we all know what's going to happen. So I don't know why he's on this rant right now. Maybe he opened up Reddit or something. I don't know. Someone read him a brief from the internet, which they shouldn't do because it's all bullshit. Squeezing higher now. They had a fucking hair trigger on selling on this, huh? Let me see if he's posted anything else. This fucking guy knows he's got the fucking... Oh, God, he's got more. He's been on a rant, huh? No one thinks we're losing the war, Trump. I'm reading his last tweet. I'm not going to read it to you guys. I can't stand reading this shit to you guys. He's saying a lot of things that he's saying a lot of things right now that are patently false. He's saying that their navy is so he's addressing what WAPO said over the weekend. Like WAPO over the weekend said that their air defenses were probably at 30 to 70% capacity still. I think 30 was the worst case scenario, 70 being potential. He's addressing news reports over the weekend right now. So he's going after the Sunday information. It says Air Force has gone on to darker runways. I don't know what that means. That means they still have an Air Force. They have no anti-missile or anti-missile airplane equipment. There's reports that's against that right now. They are losing $500 million a day. Unstable number. I agree with it's unstable number. We all agree with that, Trump. So with Iran, the result will be the same. It already is. It comes off as so fucking... I mean, some of this stuff that he says, like, it's like some of this stuff, like, you know enough about it that you're just like, why is he saying this? Some of it I get why he said. I know that he goes after Democrats and tries to piss them off with stuff, but that's not what this is. This is he's raging about reports that came out over the weekend in the major newspapers. That's good, I guess. He's just angry at the newspapers. All the other shit that he mixes in, though, it's like, fuck, I don't want to read any of that. We haven't gone anywhere, by the way. We did break over this high right here. We need to break over this one, this number one right here. We need this one to do the bigger move up to that one. I need to take that one out, and then we got this one right here. I keep losing this fucking camera, and I don't know why. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. I'm going to work on this again. Can you help me out with this for a minute? Sorry to bother you. Can you just have like a peek at the connections? Just push them in. Let me see. Hold on. What do you think it is? That though. Nope. Yeah, or it might just be old. Things get old over time. Every 5 or 10 seconds. Yeah, I have a new one here. Possibly just order another one. We could try this one. Where does this one go? Yep, here's another one. Good. Right there. Hey, seriously. Yeah, I know. Stop yanking on cords. Let's see. If that works. This is a new cord. Did you check the connections behind the from where the external video card goes? Check the external video card wire. Is that on a 2.0 or a 3.0 USB slot? You pull it out. If it's black, it's 2.0. If it's blue or red, it's 2. Yeah, that's blue. Right in there. Wait a minute. Nope, that's a 3.0. I got like big expensive USBs in there. Or
Trump on True Social says the Iranian leadership has forced hundreds of ships towards the United States,
nope, I
mostly
want to see
Texas,
it.
Louisiana, and Alaska, to get their oil. Thank you very much.
I know, no time. Ain't no time. Rush everywhere. Walk around. All right, let's see if my camera works now. Need to get this high to go higher here. Otherwise, we're just sucked and trapped in here. Nope, still no camera.
NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $89.61 a barrel, up $5.76 or 6.87%. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $3.04 a gallon.
Activate.
NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at around $3.11 a gallon, and NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.68.
Fucker. Fucker. Let's try this again. Maybe we can tease it into recognizing this camera. Yeah, I'm not even getting a signal. You check that camera back there. Tell me if it's got power. It might have turned off. Is it on now? Was it off? It's not triggering a I'm so frustrated right now. You see my face? I'm not. Are you sure this is plugged in over there? Just check this really quick. I'm not getting. I'm not registering on the. Yeah. Can you switch those two? That's this one right here. Here, I'll look with you. I want to make sure you plugged it in. Huh? Yeah, switch them. Is the other one plugged in? It doesn't look plugged in. Is that plugged in? Okay, come around this side and the back. Can you press the OK button? Oh, baby, we're back. Why is that? All right, we'll see if this holds.
Iran's foreign minister tells Pakistani counterpart that the US continued violations of ceasefire are a major obstacle on continuation of diplomatic process, as according to Iranian foreign ministry statement. So again, Iran's foreign minister tells Pakistani counterpart that the US continued violations of ceasefire are a major obstacle on continuation of diplomatic process. Iran's foreign minister tells Pakistani counterpart that Tehran, while taking all aspects of the matter into account, will decide on how to proceed. According to Iranian state media, Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi tells Russian counterpart that illegal behavior and contradictory positions of US are incompatible with diplomacy. Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi tells Russian counterpart that Iran will monitor US behavior and take the appropriate decision to protect its interests and national security.
It's still not working. What's that? I think I have to turn the stream off and restart the whole fucking thing.
Shut it all down. Count to 10.
Yeah, I gotta shut it all down. What, count to 10? Calm myself down. Dude, I just spent like fucking 18 fucking hours on this fucking stupid shit. Oh, so frustrating. Now I know why fucking engineers like cry. Yeah, like it worked and now it's not working. And, like it's only when I'm streaming. I'm feeling pretty frustrated here. And it's like every change that you make, it's like it takes like 3 fucking days for it to take or something. Just a note here, just note that we have not broken above this prior high back here, nor back here. You need to see this high right here. Just keep your eyes on this thing right here. This needs to go up. If it doesn't go up, we can't get the actual trade, take it higher. Don't take anything in here unless you get the pop. Then we can take the next leg higher. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here with this fucking computer. I'm fucking pissed. And I gotta turn the show off and run it again too. You know, I fucking need to I need to do is turn the goddamn stream off during the day and run fucking tests. Like during market hours. I'm gonna try this.
According to Sky News Arabia, US ambassador to the UN says we are confident that Iran will participate in the negotiations and abandons its obsession with acquiring nuclear weapons.
Oh, it says the last USB device you installed is it just said that it's I need to restart everything.
Brent crude futures settle at $95.48 a barrel, up $5.10 or 5.64%.
Next goes abroad says meeting with US Trade Representative Greer was productive. According to Tehran Times, Iran adopted a firm stance as deadline of fragile 2-week truce with US looms amid US's breach of truce. We'll get the article out for you in the feed as well. We have posted out the article in the feed for you to read through as well. 1 minute to go now to get the market and close imbalance data. Ten seconds. Market and close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 147 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 88 million, Dow 30 sell side 153 million, Mag 7 buy side 2.4 million. So just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside. No headlines to back up the move. Of course, if there is anything, we'll relay that to you as soon as we can. take a look at the market wrap for the US session. A jump in oil prices weighed on equities as a volatile weekend in the Middle East clouded hopes for peace talks between the US and Iran before their fragile ceasefire expires. US stocks pulled back from record highs, with the S&P 500 snapping a 5-day winning streak as several major tech names declined. Trump said he is unlikely to extend the truce with Tehran if no agreement is reached before the deadline, and added that the Strait of Hormuz would remain blocked until a deal is finalized. Brent crude settled above $95 a barrel, and treasuries and the dollar were little changed. Traffic through the Hormuz has slowed sharply as Iran tightened control in response to military strikes. While Tehran had briefly indicated that the waterway would reopen, that stance reversed after the US maintained its naval blockade and struck an Iranian vessel.